Hello everyone. I was still eating my breakfast at 5 p.m. So I had my microphone muted. Okay, I'll try to explain what I'm doing, but not too much because I don't want to slow myself down. So I had this function here, add uniform buffer. Now I added these 4 lines in between, so I split the function in 2. The reason is that I want to, this is an object, shader input data, I want to wait until all add uniform buffer calls are done to this object and then add texture. And only then execute these functions, because I need all the information of all the adds before I can continue here. There's kind of reordering of pieces of code. But in the end, that should not be any difference. But after I did that, then I can fix FIXME that calculates index hint here, which is currently just, yeah, I don't know. Not very intelligent. It just assigns a new hint here, I think. Oh, yes, let me do that first. Unknown user, I'm sorry. I was already in bed and I thought maybe I should get out of bed to do that. Well, it was already very late, so I didn't. I thought I can do it tomorrow, maybe first thing. So it just sucks that you have wasted time at looking at this. Without that it has been pushed. Git status, git diff. Sorry. Okay, so it's pushed now. So now, yeah, now we have the same as I have, which works. Did you succeed in compiling it? I mean, that's it's only using utils, but in theory you have to also use a git dash already, because if you want to have the debugging library and stuff like that. I did not add a readme to the project. Yeah, unknown user. You want to compile that thing, right? I mean, you were talking about partitions, right? Well, let me know when you're back. I'll show you how to compile it. So I did split this function up. Let's make no change whatsoever, as in I'm just calling it here at the end of this function, just immediately calling the next function. Let's use more. But of course that won't compile because certain variables are not known anymore. Oops. I think I'm literally not using these things, which is what it is all about. But of course I am using this one. Yeah, so you're kind of faking that I split the function in two. So these lines are new. These 6 lines. So before this function just continued at this line and then everything below it. And I split it up, but not really split it up because we just the new function is just being called here. And I think I have all the information except maybe this one. It's also a local variable. Yeah, it's also being needed here. But that's the descriptor set key is a unique key for each shader resource that got already set. Probably in the constructor. There's a constructor. The base class constructor is setting it. The base class constructor does get that passed, however, but okay, it's set in the constructor, so even that should move here then. And now if I add the declaration of this new function to shader input data, then things should just work again. Oops. See, so this function now ends with calling that function and then just simply continues with whatever it is doing. Exactly likewise, I'm going to need a continuation for the add texture. And although they have the same name, why not? Oh well, actually. Let's give him a different name, why not? So in this case we have to pass texture. So let's split add texture up as well then into 2 functions in the same way. Okay, so now at the end of this function we just call the new function and then things should continue. Let's see if this compiles. Okay, the add texture was using these variables. I think that the only way to get them back here is by storing them, because these are local variables, right? They're just function arguments. They are being passed as a const reference, but it might be temporary. I think it even is. So I'll have to make a copy of it. And a copy is specific for this texture. Cannot store it in the shader input data, I think. Or I would have to add it to this thing. It's a hard decision. They just have to survive until we call this new function. I guess theoretically it's possible either way. Okay, let's store it here. This function requests shader resource creation. Probably should be renamed then, because this is just one of the things that it does. Maybe we should rename it to register shader resource. The crazy thing, however, is that if I do that, I would have to pass the same three variables, and it would be a member function of the same object. So whatever this register thing is going to do, I might as well do it right here. The reason I didn't is because that will be code duplication, because also in add uniform buffer I have to do the same thing. Yeah, this function is texture specific, and it still needs to be because of this call here. But this might be not texture specific. So it looks weird, but I guess I'll just have to rename this thing to register and then pass these two as a start. That means, or is this all used? It's used in add uniform buffer, and it's defined here, which is doing absolutely nothing. And then in add texture, that should be the only places where it is being called. Let's just make sure. Pretty much this is just a declaration. Excuse me more. So I'm going to add a new member function of shader input data called register shader resource. which then gets the same arguments as this one, but just the base class, the shared base class between textures and uniform buffers. And then instead of calling a register shader resource creation, I'm going to call register shader resource. It's my new function, which is done doing the same thing as this function. So I can just delete it and copy it over to the new function. Which I now lost. Yeah. So more or less I just renamed it. And we are passing 2 more parameters to it. And then of course we have to replace the declaration of that now deleted function with this one, or renamed function, however you want to call it. So the request shader resource creation has been renamed by this one, and we added 2 new arguments. Yeah, well, the reason was that we need to remember these vectors, so let's make a copy of them. In fact, I wanted to store that in the required shader resources list, which currently simply stores shader resource base class pointers. And now I also want to store those vectors, which are shader resource specific, so I have to store it inside here. So I'll have to make a new class, I think. I hate new classes because it's so hard to think of a new name. Dyna Preceptor, yeah. whatever is in the description of the stream is the best I can tell you. I'm continuously telling the details. That's hopefully enough. So now instead of only storing the base class pointer, I also want to store two vectors. I'm just going to put the pointer and the two vectors into a new class and then store that here. Maybe I should also rename this from required to registered. It's being sorted and everything. I'm not so sure anymore that is really the best idea to store them in a different object. And I would have to change all these functions, and then I would get data that I don't need half of the time. The only thing I'm needing here is the shared resource base class pointers to do stuff. This is typically for the creation, specifically for the creation, I guess. I think we should only get here once for each shader resource, which means I could use a new index for this vector and then use another vector which uses the same index type for the other data. Yeah, why not ish? So let's call that the shader resource index. Do I not already have a shader resource index, which would then maybe be inside shader resource namespace? I have so many classes that it is also virtually impossible to remember them all, if you ask me. Okay, I want to know if there is an index somewhere inside the namespace shader resource, which would be in, well, not in utils, not in debug, not in pipeline. Don't think so. probably in shader builder. Although definitely different indexes. Fortunately, yeah. I would have called it. Just look at that. Sorry, that does not exist. There's a frame resource index, but not the shader resource index, I think. So this is one of the reasons that you should never use abbreviations. I don't know if I have this variable. The only way I can hope to find it is by typing in the name that I would have chosen in the past. And it doesn't exist. So I'm just assuming that I definitely do not have it. Otherwise I would have named it like this. So we need a new one, a new index. Vulkan, and then we have what's related to shader resources. So I should probably put it in shader builder. I think so. And then we have a shader resource there. Yeah. This directory is more for the actual shader resources. So let's put it in here. I have a lot of other classes here that start with shader resource. So I'm going to create a shader resource index class. And then I'm just gonna make up an arbitrary category, I think. I can't think of anything, damn it. Category, oh yeah, it's so vector index is an index that I can use into util vectors, and I take a category, which is just an absolutely arbitrary thing. Don't even have to define it. You just can do like this for declaration, but it's not forward anything. It's just this is it. Incomplete type. And yeah, now we have our index, shader resource index. And then I have to go back to where I was, which of course I have no idea. We have something reasonable in git diff. I did not commit stuff for a long time apparently. Yuck. Oh, it's already the end. I want to look at the cxx file of this header, shader input data.cxx. So this one. That's the function, right? Yep, so this thing here now is going to count utils vector. Shader builder, shader resource index. That's just the index that this vector uses. So it's still a vector and it still stores pointers. But now I'm only allowed to use shader resource index as the index to access it. I kind of like this one. So use the set indexes. And since this is the only place where pushback is called on that vector, I can now do the same thing for why not use even more vectors? Yeah, so we do pushback, pushback, pushback. So we have 3 elements and in all of them, and then we call this function. Afterwards we have 4 elements in all of them. And then for a given index, each of these vectors will refer to corresponding information, namely the information that was passed to register shader resource at the same time. I still have to add these things now. These are now vectors of vectors. What the heck, I'll just copy this. More information. And I'll put them right above this one, I guess, because that's how they are filled in. Right. Now put them then below it, I think. Corresponding well, preferred and undesirable descriptor sets. Now, by now I completely lost track of what I was doing. I think so the add texture is now passing the same arguments to the register shader resource, which is this one, which then stores it in 3 different vectors, that information. And then we call prepare texture declaration, still continuing the way we did before. And add the uniform. I should be doing exactly the same thing, and I believe it does. Let's just try to compile it again. Get the same compile error, I think. At least I know where that was again then. No member named shader resource index. That's a different compile error. That is the header file I just created. No template named vector index. No, that's in utils. Hello, someone has the shortest nickname I have ever seen, and he said hello. Reference to type const shader builder shader resource base could not bind an R value of type I'm trying to pass a base pointer. Why am I having a reference here? Because it was just mistaken. This thing takes a pointer. Nope, I do not know anything. Shader resource. That should work. Quit all, make. Now we're finally back at that compile error. So the problem is that after calling prepare texture declaration, and so we have this function which calls this at the end. We lost our arguments. Well, could have passed them here as well, but that's not the idea. The idea was to store them and then get them back here. Omotiani Koya. It's I think would be a very good idea. You mean a graphical editor? So kind of like doesn't Unity use that? But don't count on it. It's just such a big person, and I'm just alone. So I probably will never finish it, let alone add an editor. I would add editors long afterwards already functional, and if I don't think it will ever be functional, theoretical, practical speaking, so I'll just never get to it, I think. Unless heaps of experienced Vulkan C++ programmers suddenly want to join my project, it seems unlikely. But I think I would definitely do it. You know, if I would never die and just work on this for the next 100 years, then I would definitely have added a graphical editor, because I think it really suits the whole thing. What was the problem? Prefer descriptor sets. Yeah, in order to get it back, I need that index, the shader resource index. And what I'm getting here is a texture. Maybe that's not the best thing to do then. Instead, I should pass an index, I think. Hey Redson, you will join my project? Wait, in 4 months? Oh, that would be nice. That would be definitely nice to have someone join. But do you have time for that? Even after graduation? Okay, prepare texture. So instead of passing the texture here, I'm going to pass, I think I'm just going to pass that index, right? So we have the shader builder, shader resource index. That would give us mere hope, at least. But let me first then fix the other thing. We have another prepare. Prepare texture and prepare shader resource declaration. What? Never renamed this one? Okay, there was another bug then. Uniform buffer declaration. I don't think I'm gonna need it in the end, but if I want to call this function temporarily in order to test it, I'm going to need the index. So I'll just need to make this register shader resource return it. And then we have to update the declarations again. Input data. Yeah, well, I've been coding 46 years, of which 28 years in C++, the last 28 years. Don't worry about not understanding someone's project in general. If I look at someone else's project that I didn't write myself, then I also cannot understand anything. That takes many months of study. Maybe sometimes even a full year before you get a little bit feel of a project. I'm using NeoVim with my own custom syntax highlighting configuration. Okay, the problem just got worse. Now we don't even know the texture. Before we got error here on preferred descriptor sets, and now we get the error on texture. However, having this shader resource index, I can get back from one of those vectors, which I forgot the name of course. Something with preferred is close. Yeah, this is for the texture. I wish I just, could put this in my mouse buffer and then add that and that to it. But the only thing I can do is just copy a single block, which is more than I want. But okay, I'll paste that here, and then I can copy it one by one. So that returns a base pointer. And I can declare a const reference on this one. And then that one as well. All of which I think is just temporarily actually, but okay. I still don't have my texture. What I really need here is a uniform buffer base in this case. Called uniform buffer, which is used here, for example. And all I have is a base pointer, but I know it is a uniform buffer because we're calling uniform buffer function. So you can do static cost to const pointer from the base, and then this is reference, so like that. Also have to do that in the other for the texture. So I need the texture, which is static cost. And now we have all the information back, I think, in that function. Just temporarily stored in those vectors, added vectors. Variable has incomplete type void. Yeah, I did not make this return the index yet. So it's still a void function. So temporarily we want this to return shader resource index, register shader resource. Okay, well, if I just do a pushback here, then let's say this is the first element. So if the resulting size is 1, then we should return 0. Or I can just take the size before that point. So new index is basically equal to the size. And then we can return that. And it should not matter which one, the size should be the same of all of them. So let's pick this one. But size returns a size type and I need an index. So I have an IND for that. IND returns the shader resource index 1 past the last element. So if it is empty, it's gonna return 0. That's exactly what I want, because that sends a new index after pushing back something. I probably should also include an assert that the size of all of them is the same, right? But kind of believe that. Hello, an unofficial hi for me. I missed a semicolon here. Make. Program is still working. Great. Well, then we go back to the next step. So I split this add texture and add uniform buffer. I split them up in two functions. Well, this is the second one. And what I really wanted is yeah, it's slow today, or maybe I'm on my way back. 60 viewers, 16 viewers is enough for me. I'm not here for the number of viewers, really. As long as there's more than 2, then I'm happy. But I don't know. I've seen 40 a lot during. I think that actually, if I when I'm at 40 viewers continuously, it seems to just be a rotating amount. So maybe I think that as soon as YouTube stops promoting my stream to everyone all the time, the number of viewers are really going to drop. Even though I have thousands of subscribers. Let's just continue. Well, I'm working on it, Path. Just don't hold your breath. Eventually I should be, my real short-term goal is to do really interesting things that require graphics. But yeah, before I can do that, I need a library to draw graphics. Okay, I think that what I wanted to do was call prepare texture declaration later. So we're not going to call it anymore. Think how this works. Pausing the index, you can already immediately remove it, and if you don't call it anymore, also not going to need that. So now I'm not calling prepare texture declaration anymore from here, and actually the same thing then happen for prepare uniform stuff, also not calling it anymore. Returning to what it was before. Very short-lived. Just a shader resource. Okay. So I just stopped calling two functions, so it definitely should not work anymore. How is it crashing? It's crashing like this. Fail to compile uniform buffer. It fails to compile share. Okay, that makes sense because by not calling those functions anymore, it's not going to preprocess my shader code correctly. Now what I want to do is that instead of calling it inside this function and there and there and there and there, I want to call them after all those functions are done, and I do not want to bother the user with it. So I was going to call them from preprocess 1, but only the first time that preprocess 1 is being called. And these functions that I'm not calling anymore are called prepare texture declaration, right? Prepare texture declaration, yep. So, but then both of them, so we have shader resource declaration. Called. So if not called that, then we're going to call it, and then to prevent that from happening again, I'm setting that to true afterwards. And I'm going to call it here. It is a kind of a weird spot inside preprocess, I think, especially since it only happens once. So instead of calling it here, we probably should just call a function. So let's call that prepare shader resource declarations. Declarations. Apparently I want this pointer to be printed. It's kind of, I mean, it's not really necessary because this is being called from here, and the debug output entering macro causes an indentation. So we see this being printed, and then there's an indentation, and then this is printed. So from the indentation and the fact that it's the same thread, I can still see that it is that we're still inside this function. So I already know this pointer. Hell, I'm just removing it. It's not like if I really need it, and it's easy to find back what this pointer must be from the debug output. Right, so then here we want to call those things, and well, we can, let me first add this declaration of this function. Let's put it before preprocess 1. Preprocess 1. Well, I can loop over one of those vectors, but let me think. This one vector is enough. I do need the index though, right? I need to pass the index. So I probably should just run over shader builder, sorry, shader resource, index, dot I begin. I cannot type anymore. Begin. Hello. I want to know the name of that thing. What was it called? So let's run over the thing that stores the base pointers. Just copy all of it. Is unequal I end. And then I can get my base pointer by accessing it like that. Now the only way to figure out if this is a texture or a uniform buffer is by using a virtual function. So I'm afraid that we'll have to call a virtual function on that base class. Which I'll just call prepare shader resource declaration then. Right, without the S here. And that then has to call a member function of the current class. So we have to pass this pointer to the shader input data. And we need to know what the index is. I'm putting that up front. So this requires again a new function, a virtual function called that, which is part of this base here. You'll see that I'm going to forget to delete this, and it's the way it is now. It's not going to result in a compile error. So let me just delete something, just to make sure that I get a compile error. cannot delete it because I want to jump to base. So prepare shader resource declaration, taking the index and a shader input data pointer. We have already other virtual functions, no doubt. Let me find those. Yes. Virtual stuff. Let's add that. I don't know what this line doing here. I'm just going to add a new virtual function called that. Passing a shader resource index and what was it? Shader input data pointer. Let's pass it as a pointer, not as a const pointer. Well, it has to be implemented. Right, but what namespace am I in? Namespace is shader resource. We are in shader builder shader resource, so we are already in shader builder. Are we really? Yeah. So shader resource index is simply known, and the shader input data is part of namespace pipeline. So that needs a pipeline in front of it. And then I have to implement this in the derived classes. Oops, there we are. The derived classes are shader resources. So, for example, uniform buffer.h. That is still undefined, but you can see if it compiles. Nope. I'm sitting in the dark. Let me put on some lights. Be right back. See, that helped. The number of views spiked while I was away. Yeah. Yeah, copy. I think a problem of today's world is that life is going faster and faster. The amount of information that there is a billion times larger than you can absorb. And so people try that. Especially with non-interesting information that comes to you through social media. I think that the new generation has a very short attention span, but mostly it's just nobody has time anymore. They have like 1 minute time to read something, 5 minutes to look at it. When I watch a YouTube, that is an hour long or 1.5 hour long, and I watch it begin to end if it is interesting, and just make time. That way you learn things. But good. Given that state of the world, I don't think that companies put enough time into features, if you understand what I mean. Like the YouTube algorithm that tries to decide who they have to recommend streams to. It's just shit. And the only way to get it really working is to put a few really intelligent people on it for a half year or a year. Things like that take time. But they get 2 weeks or a month at most. Yeah, well, okay, so it doesn't work. Very simple. Take my code. Code that I have, I do not do deadlines. I never give up. I just keep working until it works. And the result is it never finishes. So that is super not commercial. But how else am I going to write a piece of good software? It just takes years and years. That would be pretty spot on, wouldn't it? If you watch every stream that's related to C++, then the algorithm does work. So then why are you complaining about, I have no idea what this thing is, but I still have to recommend it? They can't read your mind. They don't know if you understand it or not. I mean, I have now over 3,300 subscribers, so I'm assuming that they all are interested in the same YouTubes that you click like on. And therefore you get it recommended. It has nothing to do with me. It's just, it has to do with my subscribers. You got to blame them. Okay, arrow use of undeclared identifier called, oh, never added that. Shader input data. Yeah. Loads of private stuff. Loads of private non-functions. These are functions. I'm just going to add it here, or it's related to. It's related to shader resources. Pretty high up too. I'm just going to add it here. Why not? Seriously, when am I going to fix my mouse? I bought new switches a month ago. I have to set it to false. I guess I could do that here. But let's do it in a constructor. The constructor of shader input data. Gotta be kidding me. This thing does not have a constructor? No, what? No constructor. In that case, I give in and I'll just set it to false right here. Mm-hmm. Right, so yeah, it compiles finally, and indeed it does not link because I didn't add this to the appropriate things. Yeah, project sources, let's go to the header. Let's copy the declaration, switch to the CXX file. Add it somewhere, including the fact that it is a member function of this class. Do not repeat. All right. And then same thing for the texture. Copy the declaration, switch to, add it somewhere. Texture. Texture. Yeah, I still have to implement them. Wasn't it called prepare texture declaration? So this is the general virtual function, prepare shader resource declaration, but now we know that it's a texture, so all it does is call prepare texture declaration on the shader input. So that's really where we wanted to go. And obviously the other one is the same thing. Yeah, I needed a webcam for that. I needed a webcam for the gesture that I made. It's like magic. No, seriously. Now we have yeah, so I collected all the data, and that is passed to the add texture and the add uniform buffer, and then from preprocess 1 we start calling the rest of the functions. Okay, now a new function called prepare shader resource, no, actually prepare texture, respectively prepare a uniform buffer declaration. And we should be closer to fixing the FIXME. Having this, because now I have all this information together. I'm not sure yet if it is together enough. Let's start with looking at prepared texture declaration. Like there is this FIXME here that says implement using preferred descriptor sets on desirable descriptor sets. However, I'm going to need all data, not just the data that I have at the moment at the first the first call to this function. How am I going to get it? Kinda hope that this key is not used a lot. It is. Well, at least we need to call this change resource set key to set index int. Just needs to be stored, which can only be done after we have the set index int. And here it is being used again. Set key to shader resource declaration. Yeah, okay, it's not that bad. Okay then, what about this one? Also here. And here. And here. Nasty. Last call. Okay, and these things are not being used still. Oh, they are used here, but well. Hey bear. Bear is there. Sort of, I get a feeling that, you know, this whole part belongs in the color, maybe even the color of the color. Now talking about motivating music, fat man. Yeah, let's do this. Okay, I need to make more changes. Why am I hesitating? What about I delete this and I replace it with what I want to have right there. Back to the texture. I also need a set index hint. I'm just going to demand that it is being passed. If it is already being passed, then we don't need any of this anymore, right? We're not using this, we're not using this. This is only used in the cast, so now I have my texture already. And I have my set index already. The only thing I need is that still. I'm just going to delete it, I think. I'm just going to delete it. More work in the color, because when I delete it, I'm going to... Nah. It's not delete. Wait a minute. I need to... This thing I need. And then this we just delete, but I keep it in my buffer. And then I have to go to the color. Who is calling prepare texture declaration? Well, not this one. Nope, I think that is texture itself. Sure of it. Here it is being called. So I paste what I deleted. And we want to pass. I wanted to pass texture, which is the current class, right there. Just so you know it. As a reference, right? So I'm just passing this here. And the second argument that I wanted to pass was the set index hint already. So let's not pass shader resource index. Let's just pass set index hint. Putting the responsibility at the color. And now we can here pass the set index hint. I think that works. And now we clean this up again. And then I have to go to the uniform buffer to do the same thing. And then we have to change the declaration of prepare shared resource declaration. This is what I call claying. You just mold it into the right form, slowly, bit by bit. Okay, and then when you lose track, now it is definitely not finished, but I made a lot of changes in the right direction. Then you just can start compiling, and that one will tell you which other things need to be changed, because you forgot it. Override hides a virtual member function. I guess I did not update declaration in the base class. I guess you need to be very good at fixing or understanding compiler errors if you want to use this method. If you get, if you see such a compile error and you're like, a page full of Chinese, what to do? Then you're not making much progress. Oh, still need my virtual. No viable conversion from vector index Vulkan shader builder blah blah blah. to the int category. You see, now here's well, at least a nice example of how my vector indexes are type safe. So you cannot pass one index to another. Well, they just wrap an int. But I have a shader resource index category, or well, rather the whole thing is the index. So this is the shade. This whole thing, I'll highlight it. This whole thing is the shader resource index. And this whole thing is the set index int. They're not the same. You cannot convert one into the other. Alright, this is the place where I'm calling it. So I changed these functions to take a set index int directly instead of a shader resource index. But it did not change the caller. So I need to pass some set index int here. I don't know how to get it yet, but so we have a set index int. So initialize it with 0. Let's see if that at least compiles then. Too many arguments. Prepare uniform buffer declaration. Maybe I only changed the texture one. Yeah. That is not what I wanted. Hè? Uniform buffer, yeah. Need this one. Fry Saul, it's in the description of the video. Welcome back, Shotgun. The line definition of prepare uniform buffer declaration does not match any declaration in Vulkan pipeline shader input data. No, well, like 2 years ago, I was starting it for that reason. It's just a Vulkan engine. No, I mean the description of the current stream. I often edit it before I start streaming to describe what I'm going to do. And in the meantime it compiles, but it will not work. So what am I missing? I'm missing the set index hints. Let's see how what kind of interesting way this is crossing. Setting this hint is unequal set key to set index hint end filled. Get set index hint. Nobody understands this. Plus I don't care, because it's well known what there is still missing here. Okay, so I'm going to have to pass the set index hints now from wasn't it a pre-processed one? Well, close enough. You have this function. So we're running over all the shader resources. And then I'm calling prepare shader resource declaration, and now I want to already pass the set index hint for that given shader resource. There's something else missing. The thing that I commented out. Gonna look at that first. So this calls this, and that calls that. And then we call shader resource set key to set index hint, try and place. Oh, it's not a real try and place, it's a try and place set index hint. Let's see what this is. Set key to set index hint. It's basically wrap around the map. Try in place set, or was it? Try in place set index hint. Do not add the same key twice. We have to just call this for each key once, I guess. Okay, this was the assert that we did get. So we're missing calls to try and place set index hint. I should call that once per. I should only call this when I want a new set index hint. See, that's a problematic thing here. Either we already know it and we call this one, or we decide that we need a new one and then we call this one. Yeah, I played chess. Hmm. Okay, so this is also going to be needed in the caller. So somewhere I'm having to call this. Okay. So I saved these lines of code there in the comments. Going to need them. And then in the end I'm just going to have to call prepare shader resource declaration for every shader resource index that we have here, passing their set index. Set index hint. So we're going to have to figure out what the set index hint is for each of these things before we can call this. And only after I figured that out, I can be calling these lines. So after I figured it out, how am I going to store that information? I guess by shader resource index as well. I think these two functions put an unnecessary burden on the callers. I don't want to have to make that decision. Why not move it into that function and let it figure it out itself? Feels way too hard to do that here. It definitely doesn't feel like it's the right place to do it. So this one creates a new set index hint. And then this one is called, well, you already know the set index hint. But you want to be kicked out of the chat, D2? He wants to be my guest, Heratin. Get rid of that idiot. Well, you can say almost anything you want, except repeating the same thing over and over. That's called fluting. And I'm distracted. Damn it. What is this? It feels much like I need another level of hints, as it were. That is ridiculous. What I'm going to figure out is which set resources need to go into the same set. And the whole idea about the hint is that I do not have to worry yet about what the actual descriptor set number is. I just give shade resources that I want to be in the same set, the same number. That's why it is called hint. So say I give certain shade resources in this list. The number is 0, a few of them, and a bunch others number 1. Then that doesn't mean I want them to be in the set 0 or set 1. I just want them to be in the same set. And now this API requires me to call try and place set index hint with, well, the key of the shader resource in order to get a new hint. What? Now it is true that before this was done from different functions, and there was even a race between them, I think. That's an FAQ magic pants. "28 years for C++. Is it still rising? I don't think my subscriptions are rising that much anymore. I don't think I'll ever get to 10,000 subscribers, because I said when I reach 10,000 subscribers, I'll feel obliged to make YouTube's giving lessons in C++. Well, I don't think I'll really reach that point. I almost hope we don't, because I don't feel like putting my time into that. All right. We have 1, 2, 3 lines here. I think that the reason for the existence of this API is that they were called from different functions, and that was the only way to know that we use a new set index hint. But now we are collected everything in one place. We're going to figure it out all in one go, in one function. So there is no need for this API anymore, I think. In other words, I have to get rid of it. So I have to go to this try and place set index hint and really think about how to get rid of it. There's a whole class dedicated to it even, I see. Set key to set index hint. Maybe you just need to delete the whole class. Okay, it does store a map from key to hint, which is being used here by getting it, which might be still needed. But okay, and if we have some overlord that decides who gets what, then we can keep this. That it just says store it in your map. Store this in your map. But what about this one? That one is using the next set index int thing that is being incremented every time you call this. So I think I want to get rid of that one, and then we have simply a map here. Probably can get rid of this here as well then, because I'm pretty sure it's only going to be used in the shader input data object. Okay, so we have a thing of that type in the shader input data. And of course they talk about it in the file itself. And this is just a comment. Just a comment. Just an include. This is something that is bothering me. That's a second map. I think I get why it's bothering me. It's not being used. Is this being used at all?
Well, I cannot really wrap my head around it, but at least that one line is not being used, it seems, so let's delete this. It's kind of weird, huh? Weird, 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 weird. Right, well, so yeah, basically it's only being used from input data. I think I'm just going to get rid of the whole thing. So you get rid of this, and then replace that thing was with the map directly. Because I don't want to be using this anymore, and then the only thing that is left is the map. Just call it like that. It would be renamed, but that's okay because the type is also changed. So I'll delete this. Map descriptor set keys to identifier set in the kind. I don't even recognize identifier. There's a namespace this. get set index int. Yeah, that still should exist. And previous implementation. Yes, I'm using NeoVim, but this comment is a bit strange, and because I'm not having a try and place set index int anymore. But I don't know yet how to. Let's fix it anyway. Let's say what first. Don't call set index int for a key that wasn't added yet. That's a bit too unclear. I probably should mention the exact function that must be called. Although I do not know which that would be yet. Apparently almost 2 years it seems. Yeah, I think so. Only the Vulkan code, that is. I'm using a lot of my own code that has been written in the past 10 years. Earlier versions, even dating further back. Well, I should say in the 10 years before that, so 12 years ago or more, really. Look at the root of the project, and you see all these directories. Those are really huge, long, much work. Many of these directories are as large and as complex as the Vulkan engine. But they are already finished. And of course, making use of it is pretty gives me an edge in productivity, so to say. It compiles again, yeah, that's all nice and dandy, but I think it was this file, right? But then the CXX that I'm working on or not. Apparently not. I want the one that has preprocessed in it. Shader input data. Could have known it. Okay, back to this function then. So that solved my dilemma, because I just simply deleted this whole object, including the member functions. Now we have a shader resource set key. Sorry, just set key. Shader resource must be deleted. and yeah, this does not exist anymore. Ben, yes, unfortunately I work alone on this. Well, you know OpenGL. OpenGL was written for I don't know, 1989 or something like that. 1998, I mean, from the top of my head. And the interface, the API for the OpenGL just doesn't work anymore for modern graphics code. So the Gronis group, the same group that wrote the OpenGL, they wrote a new API, which is called Vulkan, so it's the successor of OpenGL. And that is much more bare metal, so it's much more closer to the internals of the modern GPUs. And that results in significantly faster games, for example, 3D things, as well as computation, of course, which you can do on modern cards. But it puts an incredibly amount of work on the side of the user. So while OpenGL is almost easy to use, you say you want to open a window and draw a sphere in it, then you could do that with OpenGL in a reasonable amount of time. But Vulkan requires you to write thousands and thousands of lines of code just to get a triangle. It's just way too much. It's not practical anymore to use it. Now, if you put a bunch of guys say you're a company and you're writing a AAA games, then you can put a bunch of guys on the Vulkan part and then hook it up to your game in a way that your game gets a much higher frames per second. But that's a very big and significant investment then in order to write that code. And that code that is between the Vulkan interface and your game is then basically the Vulkan engine. So I took it upon myself to write a Vulkan engine that is kind of ridiculous in what it tries to take, the work that it tries to take away from the user. So almost as if I want to recreate the OpenGL interface again. And then the big question is, of course, is it still faster? If you make an interface that is as easy to use as OpenGL, but under the hood is using Vulkan. Well, I don't know. I think so, because I have a lot of flexibility. While, say, if all this code was inside the driver, say NVIDIA would write an OpenGL driver for their video card, then that's a black box. You cannot change it, you're going to look into it, and it has to work for every game in the market. While in my case, I can just do something, and when I don't get the maximum speed that is possible, I can tune the code. I can make those differences that then are required. So that way I would slowly build my engine to be more and more powerful, and in the end capable of getting the speed out of it that is possible. But I'm practically still at the beginning stages of all of that. I can hardly draw a triangle after 2 years. So yeah, that's how difficult Vulkan is. There are other people that write the Vulkan engines, by the way, but they stay much closer to the Vulkan API. So then you really need to know the Vulkan API in order to use it, which is probably easier than to use my engine, because I'm alone, so I'm not writing documentation. And even though in theory it would be easier, even much easier to use it, let's say you need to write less code in order to get the same thing to work, and it still works very fast, then there's no documentation. So yeah, that's going to be pretty damn hard for people to use. I'm not in it for the money, so will it be worth it? I don't know. I try to do this because I like to do it. The only thing that worries me, as I mentioned before on the stream, is that I'm now 58. My memory is clearly degrading, and I just see the end of life coming. You know, maybe I'll get, both my parents are currently 85, but they also both have Alzheimer. If I'm getting Alzheimer, then it's probably the end of coding for me by the time I get 70 or something like that. Maybe 75, but it's certainly not at a high level anymore. I could not write I cannot think of myself working on a Vulkan engine in 10 years' time. I will just be too old. So in terms, all my projects that I've worked on in the past, I worked on it for 7 years, and then I went to a new project, usually because I got fed up with the rest of the team and or the politics. For example, one of the first things I did was improve IRC, Internet Relay Chat. And before I started working on that, you had, you could just take over channels by what was called net break writing. Technical thing, I guess, but I implemented bursts, timestamps, numeric nicks, and so on and so on and so on. Major changes to the IC protocol, so this became impossible to take over a channel. And as a result of that, people began to DDoS. I think IRC is really at the front of the whole DDoS movement. Because it was one of the first real-time applications, real-time chat. I mean, chatting is of course always real-time, but if you compare it to, say, email or things where you just post and then an hour later you get an answer, so WhatsApp maybe. You can also, you can have a discussion on WhatsApp in real time, but often like SMS maybe, you just send a text and you're not going to wait for an answer. You just later on the day you get an answer. And IRC was one of the first, I think the first big real-time chat, and that just made a lot of people, a lot of immature people, to want to disturb that, because they would get immediate feedback. You hit a button, start fluting people, and then a second later you get your endorphins because you see the effect of it, that everyone is disturbed. So I changed the protocol that it was not possible anymore to do that by abusing the protocol, and then they switched to a DDoS, fluting the servers. So then they started hiding the servers. So you only had the leaf servers that you could connect to, which were public, and all the hubs that connected all the servers together, they were secret. Nobody knew the IP of that, so they could not be fluted. But yeah, so I did that for 7 years, and then I left IRC because I really got sick of it. When I joined, I joined Well, I started to make my first improvements for the only IC net, I think. Well, more or less. It's called EFnet. And when I had improvements, I just went to coders and said, look, I made improvements. And they said, who are you? Fuck off. Why don't you go to Undernet? They are also working with stuff like that. They're probably more open to it. And the reason EFnet was not interested is they had 4,000 users, I think, at the moment, online at any moment. So I went to, and then, I don't know, people become conservative or something like that. When they have a lot of users, they are afraid of making changes. So I went to Undernet, and Undernet had like 20 servers and 15 users. So felt a little bit cheated, but I still wanted to test my technical improvements. So I talked to them and they said, well, okay, run a server. They had nothing to lose. They didn't even have users. So 7 years later, we had 150,000 users. EFnet had grown as well, of course. But we were the first alternative IRC network that in the end made it and really became a competitor. Many other IRC networks had been started and failed and gave up. That is definitely not only because of me. There were a lot of very dedicated, fanatic people in part of Undernet. And only by a large team we were able to pull this off and get a lot of users. I think the what is that, kantelpunt, in the point where the balance switch to the other side was around 1,000 users, I think. If once we only had less users, we would get new users on our network, and they would start chatting, and they didn't know there were other IRC networks. But other people would tell them. They would tell them like, EFnet exists, and they have 6,000 users. So they were already grown. And then they would go there and make the friends there. And once you have friends, you don't want to switch network anymore. But once we reached 1,000 users, there were always people online, and people could always find like-minded people. So they were forming communities and friends. And that was about, that people stopped leaving after where they had been on our network for a while. They just thought, Undernet is my home and it's large enough. And then we started really growing. Yes, Bear, memories. But, to make a long story short, in the beginning I was God. I could do whatever I wanted. At some point I had literally account access to all the Unix accounts of all the servers of all of Undernet. I could just log in on every server and help with the updating, upgrading of the servers. And then we grew and grew, and at some point I made a few mistakes. I did make improvements, but there was a bug in it, and so servers upgraded and they started crashing. They had to downgrade again. And I had to long stop chatting myself. I was just coding and coding. So people didn't really know me anymore after the old admins of the old servers left and new ones came in. They were going like, who is this Carlo who tells us to upgrade? And then, we're losing users because my server is crashing. So politics kicked in. And at some point, people were not automatically going to upgrade when I made changes. So it became harder and harder to make really interesting improvements. And at some point even there had to be created a coder committee. And one of the founders of the original Undernet was still there, and he was my friend still because he was from the old days. And he convinced me that this was really necessary. So I gave up a lot of power to this committee. who then would vote about changes that, so I could now propose a change, and then they would vote over whether or not Undernet would adopt it. So to make a long story short, in the beginning I could make huge leaps and improvements, the ones that I mentioned, and in the end almost nothing was possible anymore. I came up with brilliant ideas and they were shut down because of political reasons. It was no fun at all anymore. So then I left. And that's with, most projects. I worked also for 7 years on Second Life Viewer client code. I think other projects. So now I started to do a project again on my own, because I got fed up with the quarrels and the misunderstandings and all whatnot in teams. The last one being several viewers. I worked on a viewer for a while, and then things went wrong, and so I went to another viewer, and Second Life Viewer. I think I worked for 4 or 5 different viewers, and every time it went wrong. And the last time I was so incredibly fed up that I left Second Life completely. I think I told the story before, but now before you think I can absolutely not work together with people, you have to imagine I was working, I was already a veteran in every way, certainly networking. Working on my nth Second Life Viewer, being C++ veteran, and then there was this 18-year-old coder who just started to learn C++, so I became his mentor. He was in the same team. And after 2 years, he thought he knew it, I mean, really, 2 years, C++, and he didn't even do it full time. But, I don't know, he turned into an asshole. And I was just like, well, okay, I'll ignore him. So I just work on code, just work on code. I'm not very good at social connections or whatever. But at some point I spent a whole year, into improving downloading textures over HTML. That was a huge undertaking. Very much code. I tested it, and eventually I got my viewer to download textures at full bandwidth. You could just teleport to a new sim and then look around, and it would download all those textures. If you compare that to the existing viewers, right. So when it was finally finished, I wanted it to be merged. I worked a fucking year on it. But in the meantime, the maintainer of our team that did the merges of all the other coders got sick and had given the merge responsibility to this 18, now 20-year-old. Anyway, he hated me. I just told him, okay, here's my branch, it works, please merge it. And he said, well, I'm first going to merge that. And so on and so on. And after a year, 12 months later, he still did not have merged me. So then I said, well, you're just not merging me. I'm leaving. So I left the team. And then I got bad emails from other team members that I could not do that. Just suddenly leave the team. They only had bad words for me. It's unbelievable. I don't understand that. They should just have that. There was no problem with merging. The problem was that he wanted this C++ idiot who really couldn't code and only had 2 years of experience. He wanted to review my code. Come on, just tell me that you're my enemy and you don't want me in the team. The only thing he had to do was git pull and go with it. That was easy. But he didn't do it. So yeah, that's why I left. It doesn't make any sense to work on code if you're not being merged. Okay, let's work on this thing here. Yeah, politics. In my opinion, the way things work absolutely best is if you have a team where everyone is so good they don't make errors. You can trust them completely. So everyone works on their thing, and when they want to merge their code, you just merge it. Don't waste time looking at it. Now that only works when you have really good coders, of course. But yeah, and I guess at some point it stops working. I don't know how large a team can be like that. If you have a company with 80 programmers, then I guess you need some kind of hierarchy. But I'm very quickly fed up with hierarchies like that. It seems like an enormous waste of time. Like you spend 1 week coding and then 2 weeks debugging and 3 weeks convincing people that what you did is the right thing. And then sometimes they still don't want to have it. Required city resource list. What am I going to do? I have to concentrate, or otherwise I cannot make progress. Yeah, people in general are not really that good in working together, unless you can deal with all the bureaucracy. If you have a job, like if you're a programmer and you treat that job as a job, you pays the bills, and you don't care about inefficiency, and you don't care about good ideas being thrown away. As long as you have the feeling that you are all good pals and your colleagues are your friends and your salary is being paid, then I guess you fit in. But if you care about the code and you want things to be optimal and like the best code, then you have to start convincing people. You cannot just go with the flow and do whatever your boss says. Well, not that I've worked very long for a boss. And when I did, that went pretty well. I'm wearing glasses for my monitor. It's It's a little bit straining on my eyes if I look at the monitor without glasses. But these glasses get dirty so quickly. It's like my eyes are spraying something. If I have them on for an hour, then the inside is completely, I don't know, it's not even water. It's like some grease thing. It's oil. I think there is oil in your eyes, but to stop the water from evaporating too fast. But man, that makes my glasses dirty. It's really weird. Okay, I think that I want to do all of this outside this loop. And then get the index from a prepared list. So the prepared list probably means that this is using the same shader resource index, right? Now, it should be possible to test this by manually filling this vector with the right values before implementing doing that automated. The question, however, is in which order are these shader resources being added? Wasn't it like the exact same order that I call them? I think I should be able to find that out. So I have add a uniform buffer, which is being called from test uniform buffers. It's 20.8 degrees Celsius here. Hot. It's in the middle of the winter. I'm not complaining. It's good for my gas bill. It's not. Electricity is a horror still. I mean, I have my computer is always on. I'm just so used to that. I haven't turned it off yet, so it's on 24 hours a day. But it's using 128 watts while I'm not using it. And while I'm using it with 3 monitors on, so if I ever stop streaming, then it's because the electricity bill became too high, probably. Yeah, nonsense. I need to go to where is it called? Here. So the first thing that I'm calling is the add uniform buffers, and then the texture. But yeah, we have 2 kinds, one for pipeline 1 and one from pipeline 2. And we do not know which one is being called first. Well, maybe you can guess it. So the first, oh, no, not the first thread, the thread that has pipeline equal to 0 adds top buffer first, and then the left buffer, and then the bottom buffer. And the pipeline 1 thing adds left first and then top. But bottom and texture are both the last. And really doesn't matter. Yeah, it does matter. Now I have to put the texture in the same descriptor set as the top buffer, and the rest can be different. So I just have to figure out where the top buffer is, and that is then either the first one or the second one. How do I figure that out? One of the ways is to look at what is being passed. If nothing is being passed here, then it is the first one, or the first one is never something passed. If I can get the set key of the top buffer, then I can know, I think. And the top set is being passed to the texture. This is really ugly, but I think that in that way I can figure out if it is pipeline 1 or 0 or 1. So I'm going to find the texture, which is the last one that was added. Then look at this thing. Then I have the top set key preference. And then we can look at these values to find out which is which. Man, really? Maybe just implementing it directly is faster doing this manually. Can also temporarily pass the pipeline number to preprocess. That would be a hell of a lot easier, but then I have to change the API of the preprocess function. Nevertheless, I want to do a quick test, so I think I'll do that. But then maybe we should first commit everything I have done so far. New file. most of it is what I just did during this stream. So far anyway. Yeah, looks all okay to me. I'll push it here for people who want to look at it. Let's remove all the troop files. So what did I want to do? I want to pass to pre-process 1 the pipeline in this test. Oh, then the other test won't compile unless I add it to the end and add a default, in which case they won't run. So I'll add it to the end, pipeline. And then preprocess now needs to take a pipeline function. Let's give a default so that I don't have to change the other test. We call pass that, I mean, to prepare shader resource declarations. And then also have to add that again, prepare shader resource declarations. Set index int. Now I have my pipeline here. Right. Now, what was a pipeline again? Let's put it this way. We have 3 uniform buffers and 1 texture. I think pipeline 1, pipeline 0, I mean, had the top first. So this is top, the texture must go in the same thing. And in this case these two were swapped, so top is now that one. So the set index hint that must be generated is 0120 if the pipeline is 0, and 0121 if the pipeline is 1, or any other combination as long as the zeros, the first one and the last one get the same value here, and here the second one and the last one must get the same value, and the rest different values. And then the rest of the code that I worked on last half year basically will then figure out the real set indexes. It's even going to replace one of these. You know, it's probably going to say if the first thread is doing this one, then it's probably going to say that it wants to swap 0 and 1. So this one is the first. Then here it's going to say the texture must be in 0 and the top must be in 0 and the left one must be in 1. So it's going to copy the one that is first. Then you have 2 of the same. Less descriptor sets. Not working. Ouch. Why not? Why not? Assertion. Oh, that assertion fails. That's interesting. That is quite interesting. Maybe the IMGUI interface reserves one. So that then the size would be 5. Yeah, let's figure out what that is. What? The list is sorted? What? That seems unlikely. Let's ignore that. Does the pushback? Yeah, this is really only called from add uniform buffer or add texture. I get a feeling that maybe add texture is being called from IMGUI. Or not. Add texture for word 3. That's our sample texture. And another add texture. Let's see another pipeline. Also word 3. So we have only 2 add textures. Yep. How many add uniform buffers do we have? That's 1, 2, 3 for one pipeline and 1, 2, 3 for the other pipeline. I think it's time to run the debugger because I don't get it at all. Oh, that's another possibility. The thing is empty. Called from IMGUI. Okay. What are you doing to me, IMGUI? We have a serious problem also with this boolean here. But, well, we still want to see it, don't we? What I'm going to do is at the very top, I'm going to say if the thing is 0, well, then probably, you know, nothing. It's probably IMGUI, I mean. And, well, just because it exists. Why am I stopping? Core dump. I would think that is uninitialized. It doesn't look like -1, is it? What? Printing it with X and it's still printing it in decimal. What the hell? Looks like something that ends on a lot of zeros, but for the rest... I'll keep it as uninitialized. Get set index hint. Set key. Just a pointer, I think. Well, yeah. The reason is probably that I'm not calling whatever it's looking in at the moment. This thing here. Yeah, we did not add it. Hello. I think. Nope. result of assignment. Oh. That works. Well, that's all you wanted to see, right? So now to implement the part that generates these numbers, for which we'll need the code that I wrote in the last week, or was it 2 weeks? Yeah. Then I can just do this. And can I not do this in the same loop as this one? I think so. Probably not the best way to go about it. Okay, what about his size? If the size is 0, it's all nice and dandy, but are we in a different object in that case? I guess so. We must be in a different object. So this function must be called twice for different pointers, for different this pointers. Unless the first one is not returning here. But let's hope that that's not the case. And I can just see that they are different. Yep, they're called twice. Wait, that's not for pipeline 0 and 1, yes. But, and that's 3 times, isn't it? Start at the top. 1 at 38% and then 43% and then at 55%. Yeah, no, of course. And then again, 4th time. Shit. Another one. And then 38, okay. And then I still have to figure out what this pointer is, which we could see by going up thread pool 3. Entering pre-process code. This is the pointer here. That one. And that is a different pointer. And that is a totally different pointer. Well, I've seen enough. The last one is also different. I bet it's not. That's the same one. Wow, okay. Why is it calling this twice? Because it's IMGUI and I'm not setting that variable. I'm not setting the boolean to true. What we should be doing is setting that at the top. Okay. Now to fill this vector. Yeah, how are you going to do that? Yeah, the other ones are gone. Deleted this code. I'm going to need to use the code that I wrote for partitions. How did that work again? I think this block of code here needs to be copied, which fills the G-scores, which can be changed into a global variable. No G-scores. The hell. G-scores is a vector of a certain size. Why would I need a size already? Okay, well, yeah. So look at this. Okay, let's copy this. That was not the right window. Oh, like that. So I'll use the same names as I use in my partition stuff. So I'm going to call this number of elements, and then I use it like that. So now I have my G-scores. And then if we want to fill that, I would do this. So let's just print stuff. So that would fill my G-scores vector, which means that this index, the score index, is calculated. Yeah, now that works. This code is too large. I don't want to have it here. Let's put it somewhere else in. This is going to include all of the partitioning work, right? So it's a bit big. Can call it a different function. Let's do it like this. You have this size. Larger than 1. Then I'll call a function. I don't know. It's maybe it's okay to put it in this file. After all. Right, so we need score. Nah, what the heck? Why did you find that here? And then I'm going to get a lot of classes all in here. I don't want it. Let's include a header. This is in pipeline. So really the pipeline that needs this. Apparently, right? It's pretty local here, so I'll put it there. I was already in Vulkan, right? Vulkan pipeline partitions. It seems really weird to put it inside pipeline, but I don't know. Let's put it here for now. And this one's a local thing. Or I have to just pause it everywhere, I guess. Do you have a print on? So you also have a CXX file. See how well this is working. Element index. Cannot start element index. Element index is defined in element.h. Let's do that. Element. I do not like the name X assert. X assert. Excusez-moi. I have the feeling I'm not using it anymore, so let's just use assert. I mean, not using it as a cons expression. Let's see. This is not needed. And then we have to add a namespace around everything. It is hard coded here. Ouch. Yeah, I wrote that whole thing with a hard-coded number of elements. Hello, buffer. My eyes are tearing up again. I can, my eyes are burning, so I cannot see the monitor. I'm gonna stop the stream, sorry. I'll be back tomorrow.